Morning, that looks sick. Well, let me show you really quick what it looks like over here. It looks better once it's sort of put together. This is just the beginning. I'm just kind of playing around. I ended up kind of going for the Asprite because it's for the environment, for this, the grass tiles and all this kind of stuff in the ground. I think it's going to be better for the doing it this way. The creatures we'll see. I might end up doing the ink space or something like that. But right now, I'm really liking the way this is coming together. And you can, you know, it's not gonna look pixelated because if it ends up looking pixelated, like we don't want it to look, like let's say pixel arty, we can like just make it more. This is 64 by 64. I tried to sort of do that to kind of get away from that look. But yeah, this is kind of where it's. I spent a bunch of time just going back and forth between the programs, and I kind of, once I figured out that this program has basically everything I need. Well, if you want to do a pixel style, we can do. Not like particularly. I don't mind it looking kind of like a pixel thing, but it's going to be like, the idea is it's going to be zoomed out far enough in here that it won't jump out at you as a pixel art game. The flowers and everything is gonna look different. I was looking up videos on how to do tile sets, and it's actually like a little bit more complicated than I thought, especially getting things to not look super bad. Like initially I had like these just, and you can kind of see it here. I missed a little line right there. I gotta go and clean that up, and it's like I've already re-cleaned it up like 70 times, and it's still there. It's just weird how it's impossible to kind of like fully, not impossible, I'm just saying it's like really annoying, like getting things perfect. But I now know how to like do it. I think I have an idea of how to do it. The next ones that aren't gonna be so problematic, I just started drawing them in the wrong way. But I don't want it to be, I don't necessarily want it to be, I want to do it in pixels like this and have like good control over the assets, but have it zoomed out far enough that way it doesn't look pixel arty kind of. But for the flowers and stuff like that, the flowers and the creatures, I'm not convinced as to which direction I'm gonna go yet. I added bow using mobs into Airtown Idle today. I added bow using mobs. Okay. Like them using like arrows and stuff. I'm pretty happy with the animation I did. Yeah, I'm still. I did like I showed you I restarted my end of the project. I restarted the project. There wasn't a whole lot to what was in existence, but there was that flower which I wasn't gonna use anyway. Which I forgot that it was there. I should have just plopped it down on the map. Which I also don't know how to do yet, but oh no, I do know. This tutorial that I started off with, this beginner tutorial, essentially has everything I need to kind of start putting stuff together physically on the map. And my first release, chat TDT, you can tell which maps I made and which maps my GF made. All mine have like no decorations. Here but lurking as usual, morning, and hope it is a good one. It will be morning future oil painter, morning Stone Home Games. I appreciate you guys stopping by. Yeah. My only concern right now is that like I think I my stream went from getting like 5, not that it super matters like long term, because we'll see how the game does and stuff like that. I like make the path and necessary stuff and then stop and go back to game functions. That's understandable. Yeah, I'm gonna probably, like I said, things are gonna be, redone. Like not horrific amount of times, but most likely as we move forward, I'll figure out new ways to do things and have to redo some assets, because I'm sure towards the end of the game, some of the beginner assets are gonna look kind of like they're out of place. I don't want, like, I just know that that's how it ends up working. Right? If you're looking at, so the viewers will get to see art. Yeah, my only concern now is like I went from, like, my stream was getting plus like 5 to 7, like maybe 3 to 7 followers a stream, and now I'm like slowly down. It's like slowly I'm losing like 1 follower a stream, which is understandable. My skills at game dev or whatever are like, is like me watching a video, watching tutorials, right? People don't want to watch somebody like learn live on air, but that's just what it is right now. But also like, so well, I was kind of concerned that like the same population wasn't going to be interested. Uh, the population of like the artsy people weren't going to want to watch like just menus and folders and stuff, which is understandable. I also would not, like, that's not the type of content I would want to watch. But I did set out to do this, and I intend to like finish the game. So if the stream suffers, it is what it is. They don't they want to watch the actual game. I don't they'll want to watch the actual game development, but you'll mainly be doing art anyway. But isn't it part of art? Doubt they'll. I think it's not that you're. It's just because you're learning and doing more game devy stuff. Yeah, yeah, people are gonna. I knew people were gonna leave. I was just hoping that there would be like new people coming in, and right now it's, well, look, maybe it's just growing pains or whatever. We'll see. I'm not super concerned about it, but like I said, regardless of all that, I have wanted to make a game. So that's gonna happen regardless of what. He was doing like actual game making. So yeah, regardless, a game is gonna get made. I think it's not the other side of Twitch. I think Twitch has a lot of digital art people. You can grow a channel as a digital artist for sure. But yeah, it's not a big deal. Like I said, I'm still gonna continue to draw. Like I'm just gonna cut down my drawing to like 2 hours, hour and a half. Like I mean like traditional drawing. Just through every 24 hours, I'm gonna draw, hour and a half, 2 hours a day, to make sure the skill's gonna stay up at the same level. Because I don't want, because the thing is like realistically, it'd be awesome to like wait, like right now I wake up and I do Blender, I do my little Blender tutorial, then I do like my sort of practice art, like actual like focused effort practice, and then throughout the stream I'll do 2 breaks, which I'll do like half an hour or something like that. So I'm kind of racking up probably around 2 hours a day, and then the rest of the day, like whatever my energy is throughout the rest of the day, I just do this. Basically, I learn Godot, and I learn how to make stuff in software to make it look good. That's my only primary concern right now. Oh yeah, once I figured out that I had opacity in this program, I'm like, oh yeah, I can make anything basically. I love the fact that you can kind of just do low opacity passes on this thing, and then I mean, oh yeah, I already read all that. Yeah, I super appreciate you stopping by, Stone Homie, or Stone Home Games. But yeah, I kind of, even though I said like my sleep got completely fixed, and I haven't drank any coffee or any tea. Like, there's been zero caffeine or sugar going into my body. Kind of had a shit night of sleep, if I'm being honest. I was gonna like lay down and just like lay there until I did go to sleep and just start the cast like just whenever I ended up like after like I did fall asleep. But it's weird how my brain like slowly adapted to like still giving me shit sleep after a little while. So, that's just what it is, I guess. Plug this in right here. Back when I was in architecture, I recall learning a ton of software like ACAD, Navisworks, Revit, 3D Max, and all the other basic software. It really takes a tremendous amount of sacrifice and years of, say, it took me 5 years to be an expert at Revit, 3D drafting and modeling, and now I'm going back to my first inclination, drawing and painting level. Yeah, like I said, I mean, if this, like if this game goes well, like let's say it sells enough for me to just be, like it provides enough passive income for me to continue to do it, I will continue to do it. But let's say it's like a flop, you know, a flop. I'm gonna focus more probably like on being like an artist or something. You know what I mean? Just like pure artist. I don't know. I don't have like a super concrete plan. I'm just going with the vibes. But you know, that's sort of the game plan right now. Not, you know, not that like one game has to provide all the money. I'm just, you know what I'm saying. It's like it just has to be like promising enough that it's like a viable strategy. And if it is, then, you know. Yeah, it's funny. It's just funny to me that I spent 15 years of my life learning PC software and I'm going back to the beginning. No, yeah. I totally understand. I was really, really good, but oh well. I think like with my brain type though, like my biggest potential thing that could go wrong for me is the file management. I think that could get out of control like very fast. It is counter to my way of living. So let's do a little bit of a... I had like, just to let you guys know how much I hate paperwork and things of that nature. Like I had to take out like some document out of my shelf. Like I have like, you know, like not a shelf, but you know like where your stand is for your lamp or whatever. I got like some documents. I had to like take some stuff out for some reason, and like I've been staring at this pile of documents that has been sitting next to my cabinet for like 6 months now, and I just don't want to touch it. But today I started kind of sorting it out because there's like a lot of different like various shit from the years, like taxes and like all this kind of stuff. I starting like, because I'm like going through my house every day and I'm kind of cleaning it out, throwing stuff away, and I'm like, I need to address this pile of like garbage that's sitting here. Anyway, yeah, I just hate doing paper stuff or like file documentation stuff. I made my first game at 7 years old, then made websites, then animations, then video editing, then music, then 3D, then marketing. Now I'm back at games. But I'm going to use all I learned and bring it back into games. Architectural world just used and abused me. I had to get out. I was the best, but the pay was crap. Yeah. I mean, I got stuck in manufacturing because like it just is what it is. I don't know. I should have just stayed. I should have just not moved out of my parents' house. They weren't even like really particularly pushing me out. I should have just stayed there and like just started streaming or something with like zero expenses. That would have been way easier. Or just anything. Because like once you get a job and you start getting bills, you're pretty much kind of like in this trapped situation where you can't like get out now, because you got to keep paying for the, you know, you got to like expend. You gotta then like expend the 10% of energy you still have left at the end of the day to like make something happen outside of that, and it becomes like exponentially more difficult as you age. So just a warning to the younger people: make something happen like right now, or you know. If I had to go get a job again. Like if I absolutely had to, like, well, right now I am like I said, I'm working with my parents on their business, like part-time, like very, very part-time, to make like some supplemental income and things of that nature. That's kind of part of how I pay for stuff. But if I had to, I would just get like a local job I can like walk to or something like part-time like that. That way I can continue kind of grinding this kind of stuff. My youngest brother texted me. He's getting married via court today. He's getting married via court today with his longtime GF. He's 38. Damn. Well, congratulations to him. I feel like he will get a commission set of clients that will keep it going. Wish I could go, but it's a big short notice and it's a work day. I wish I could go, but it's a big. Oh, dude, I didn't go to my friend's like wedding, dude. I don't go to it. Or like, I'm just like I don't go to like I don't, and I'm not against these things. I'm not like against like going to like parties or festivals or whatever. I'm just the kind of like, to me that's all like every day is the same day kind of like. I don't know. I don't really celebrate my birthday or go to people's weddings. people know not to invite me because I won't go. Like, it's a closed loop system over here. There's no, you know what I mean? But that's just me. I'm not like against it. If people like it, it's totally cool. Just done a video, a couple edits today, and then I'm back to game dev now. Just done a couple of video edits today, and yeah, like some days I have to, like after the stream, I'll have to get off and just go straight to like work, essentially, and I won't be able to do anything after that. But most days I have all day essentially to work on stuff, and the only, like I said, the only reason things are going slow now is because I was like trying to figure out how to do it, and I needed to do all the art on my end because I don't think it would have worked if I was sending you files. That wouldn't have worked because like I wouldn't be able to see the whole picture, if that makes sense. And I like, now that these tiles are set, I can kind of line up what the flowers are gonna look like. Now I don't know if I'm gonna have, I'm probably gonna have a flower per 64 square, or like, you know, a plant per square kind of thing. I mean, I'm imagining, that's how I'm sort of imagining it right now. But if I wasn't able to see it all together, I wouldn't know how to scale things. You know what I mean? To kind of like. So that's kind of why I'm glad I'm doing all the artwork on my end, and then I can hand over the assets, you know, then make adjustments from there if they need to be. But this lets me kind of just sort of visualize the entire world. Hey, so are they going to Airtown? When you showed me that picture of you showed me that picture of the map you drew. Is the roadway that the bees are going to be following, is that a one that they only see, or is that like, so is it going to be like a tower defense thing where they're following that road to your center core, or is it going to be or is it, are they going to be coming from like all different directions kind of thing, like kind of randomly from like a few spots where they're allowed to come from, if that makes sense? I mean, I don't have anything against making a tower, because I feel like if they're following, if bees are going to be following a path, or like all the enemies are following a path to the center, and then it's a tower defense game essentially, which is not a problem. I like tower defense games, but if they're coming from just like completely random directions, that's a different story. I'm good for either. My off topic, but I periodically join art streams, and I'm noticing that artsy people look at me as competition, but I don't really care about that stuff. Oh, trying to see. I've definitely went through phases where I saw everyone as competition, and now like I'm pretty much steady on my own road. I don't really like pay attention too much to like what other people are doing. Like I'm just gonna keep, you know what I mean? I got my own like little steady path, but I get it. Like it's just a phase for people, you know. Like you go through everyone's the enemy phase, and then you just like relax. I don't know. That's kind of my take on it. I just I think I would. I feel like path is like understandable, and but it would immediately be under the this is a tower defense game kind of vibe. It's like being in high school or college, though. Yeah, yeah. You'll always have a good portion of those people hanging around. You just can't do anything about it. Um, then, but if we do all directions, I feel like we should probably have like those grids that control like where the bees can come from. Like the player knows they can only come from two directions, so they defend against the two random directions. But they'll, you know what I mean. Everything like there'll be a force blocking off the path, kind of thing. Um, or something. Forest or like just big like just raised earth kind of thing, so you know like they can only come from like A and B kind of like positions or something like that. But I feel like as soon as you like let the creatures come from wherever and attack just like let's say the garden in general, it becomes like exponentially more difficult to like make from a programming standpoint, because now you got, you know what I mean, like I feel like a path is like they go down a path, if they get here you take damage. If it's from anywhere, I don't even like understand how you would program that, like, you know. So it's up. I feel like it's still up in the air of which way to go. I just feel like one is like for you on your end is like one is like infinitely more complicated, I feel like. But it's sort of, I'm sort of down to go either way. I'm not like saying we should or shouldn't do that. I'm just kind of like just speaking my thoughts out loud. Like I said, I'm still gonna take like during the stream, I'm still gonna take like breaks and like um all that kind of like breaks for actual traditional drawing. Like I said, my goal is to maintain those skills at a tippity sharp point. So that if I ever have to go back or whatever, it's just fun to have those skills, I guess. Do It's amazing how like what you can do with pixels, like if you're just willing to like sit here and just kind of flesh things out, and then you zoom out and it kind of looks like a rock and it has grass and all this, like you can just kind of make whatever you want. Put some dots everywhere. I like the way that rock looks. I'm gonna have to maybe like add more to some of these rocks. I want to do a little bit like Too dark. That looks a little better. And once I figured out opacity exists in this program, I'm like, yeah, I can basically do whatever I want. Oh, 0 degrees. Guys, it snowed again, like heavy. Future oil painter, I know it snowed where you are, because you're like, me and you are like in the same state, basically. I know it snowed because I woke up and I was very surprised by the insane amount of snow that appeared. Again, hopefully it'll melt here in a minute. Let's see, what's the predicted... Oh no, yeah, it's not gonna melt. It's supposed to snow in like a week too. We got more snow, and then on Tuesday we're gonna get more snow. And then like a week going out, there's no prediction of it getting warmer at all. That's a little annoying. I'm starting to get a little annoyed at that. I kind of want it to start like warming up a little bit. And the reason is because I gotta start digging up my my whatever, my stuff, my sewer pipe thing, because it's like I'm pretty sure there's just like something horrifically wrong with it, and it's impossible to identify what it is wrong too, because it's like sometimes the water is not leaving, and sometimes sometimes it's like the water is coming in, I think, from the sewer back into it or something, and I'm just like, dude, this needs to get dug up. I don't know how you would. And I'm gonna save this. Save. Let's see what it looks like in the old Godot here. So it should have updated all the rocks, and it did. I think things are looking a little better. I gotta remember how to make this. Let me take this down here for a second. I gotta remember how to make this a viable. There's a tile set, and then I gotta do. Okay, so I made that a viable tile set, I think. Now I can go tile map. Click on it, paint. Now we got the new set of rocks. So I'm thinking about what other, like tree stump. Tree stump, I feel like that's a good one to do. You know, you need a good tree stump. Also, I heard there's like a way to do like you can do like random. You can select multiple of these and then do like a random. It'll give you like just random. That's so awesome, dude. You can sit here and just do like randomized painting to like just kind of quickly cover these tiles. Let's take the rocks out of there for now and just kind of like do one of these. Too many rocks. Let's get rid of that rock too. Oh, come on. And then do yeah, just gonna just kind of play around with it that way. I think it's I'm like one-shotting people in Airton Idle. My guy's like, he's like doing 49 damage in like one blow. Alright, so let me do, I'm thinking I'm gonna do a tree stomp one, right? I feel like that's the next move. I'm gonna go, you need to defeat the Lynch in Airton Idle. Yeah, I'm just letting him level up. I'm like 58. I'm just gonna like I said, I lost a save, and then like the other time I was playing a lot, when I was playing a lot, it was sitting there grinding, right? I'll like leave it overnight just to, and it hasn't been crashing, but I did close. I had to restart my computer, and I guess I didn't have autosave activated, so I lost like 2 days worth of grinding. So I had to like restart again. So now I'm getting like that's high damage. Good to know though. It does seem like, dude, and I know you're still working on it, but I'm just saying, I just have I have a shitload of gold. Like, I have so much gold that I have nothing to do with. So. Alright, so I think this is looking, this is starting to look, I'm still going to refine this, obviously, but this is kind of like, I'm starting to, if I go to here, oh wait, what the fuck? If I go run specific script, it's doing it. If I, oh, because it's doing, I only have one scene. Okay, that makes sense. That's what it would look like if the game was running at like this resolution, I guess, in this camera. I'm gonna go back to here, and I'm gonna take one of these. See, now that everything is kind of laid out, and everything is kind of I'm not like, I kind of got the stuff sort of organized. I can now just kind of enjoy building stuff and adding things to it. This is where like the fun part comes in. Let me ask ChatGPT for a I love ChatGPT for like this kind of stuff. I'm like, yo, I am drawing a tree stump in Sprite. I need a tree stump color code PLZ, please. Try this for a solid tree stump base color. Okay, there we go. 8B5A2B. Okay, then we're gonna go ahead and punch that in here. Oops. Punch that in to here. How do I... Oh, I have to do that like that, right? Okay, so that is allegedly a tree stump color. I'm gonna lower the opaque to that. Let's do 4 molecules. And we're just gonna start kind of slowly working on our tree stump. Does that look weird to you guys? Does that look weird to you guys, or does that look normal? Cause like, can't tell if that's like too red or am I just colorblind? Yeah, I'm working on the pricing, but you can buy XP scrolls with the gold. Just realized I wrote my own character chat earlier. I wrote in my own chat, but I meant to send this. That looks normal. Okay, looks like my dog's poop. Nice. What was I gonna say? The other thing, it seems like I wish programming is my problem. Don't worry about that. If we need to make it work, I will make it work. Not because I know everything, but because I'm relentless. Yeah, I was gonna say, sometimes, like, when I leave the game overnight and I do a bunch of, like, my character grinds or whatever, it seems like the issue I run into is, like, when I go to sell stuff, there's no, like, way to, like, mass sell or return an accidentally sold thing that I didn't want to sell. You know what I mean? I have to sit there and manually just, like, keep clicking sell, sell, sell everything. So, I'm sure you're aware of this. I'm just putting that out there that, Sidems mentioned that. Yeah, it's especially, like, when you leave the game for, like, 2 days and then you, like, go to the sale thing and it's like, holy shit, I gotta sit here for, like, straight 5 minutes just selling everything. So if there was, like, a mass sell system, I have that. I'll have that eventually, a lock system and okay. So let's see. Give me the color code for the inside part of the tree stump. See, I don't have to be colorblind anymore. Not that I see the difference in color. The problem is I don't understand what I'm looking at. Like, I see that there's a difference, but I don't know how I would go about changing that to the correct color. Some people can see it with their, see, like, I'd be like, so I'm just, you know, I wouldn't be able to, like, see that correctly. Or, like, now that I know that's what it is, I don't know. So now that we have these, I can, like, slowly pretty it up with, you know. Press I, make this a little darker, opacity down, B, turn down, wait, how do I turn down the, I forget how to turn down the, there we go. It's control mouse wheel will control the size of the brush. Let's go ahead and turn the opacity down. Kind of do one of these. I'm currently working on cave potions that you can use inside caves. Yeah, that's the, by the way, I totally, like, I finished the cave, like, I was able to clear it just by being, like, that strong. Like, my guy just walked through there and just killed, like, one, you know, not one hit everyone, but this new character might be able to one hit everyone, but back then but I did do the cave entirely. I think there should be a special reward if you clear the cave or whatever. I mean, there is, right, like that bonus room or whatever, but I didn't feel like, because the bonus room went straight to, like mining, and I wasn't, like, in the mood to start mining or whatever. There will be mining spots outside of caves too. Yeah, no, I know. But some spots you will have to clear the cave to get to every time. I gotcha. That kind of makes sense. It's just, it felt like, you know, it's saying bonus, but it means more, it means, like, go to work now, kind of. It's like, I was expecting, like a prize, not work, you know. Like, There will be some rare ores only available through caves, though. Nice. But yeah, like I said, I would have never been able to, like, make a game by myself. Unless it was a really dumb game, you know what I mean? Like, unless it was like a really simple side scroller or whatever. I guess you could, like, call that a game and, like, slap a done on it. But in terms, like, this is like the perfect way to do it, I think, is to have a programmer and then have an artist as two separate entities. As God intended. It's starting to look like something. For sure, like I said, my brother is an artist and went to university, etc. Wants to do games. Why doesn't he, like, then why doesn't he, see, that's what's confusing, is you're already making a game, why doesn't he just, like, team up, and does he want to, like, work for a studio or something, like a big studio? Because, like, that's the opposite of what I want. Like, I want to just do it from my house. I don't want to go to meetings. The bigger the studio, the bigger the company you work with, basically the less say you have, and even if you have say, it has to go through a chain of, like, nonsense. You know, not that everything should be unregulated. I'm just saying, like, it's a but he just works for a newspaper as a photo cropper, and I'm done ever trying to work with him. I think he likes Faith and self endeavors. I definitely like Faith. This is definitely a leap, like a huge leap of faith. I have no idea if this is gonna work. I'm literally just like, you know, I'm just hoping. Like, I've seen you publish a game, so I'm like, at least we can get it on Steam, and at least I know I can do the artwork. He'll do the programming. We know that he's published games. Like, let's do it. I think he's just so used to it. Overall, he makes more money than me for sure, but I've made more than 10,000 in 1 month. He's never done that. To each their own. I just couldn't do it anymore. I just had to quit the normal job cycle. I'm like, I don't care, like, what the consequences are. Like, I'm just done with it. Like, I just don't want to do it anymore. So, but that's more my thing. I would have kept working in manufacturing if I just didn't run out of, like, you know, like, I just don't care, like, you know. And the money thing, the money trap too, is like, when people do the math on the money, it's like, I'll make less, I'll make only, like, let's say 20,000, like, I'm expecting to barely be making it, you know, in the next few years in terms of, like, making money, but it doesn't matter because it's like, I'm not in a factory. Anything is better than that. Anything. You often spend a lot of money trying to make up for being at work. Yeah, that's for sure. My mom was employed her whole life but left her job. Yes, that does happen. Not to me, of course, but yeah, that will happen once in a while. She worked in a hospital. Yeah, that is not a job I would want. But I see. Yeah, some people would. That seems like insanely hard. Like with like, you know, the people and all that good stuff. I don't want any job. No, I mean it's yeah. I think people mishear that message. They think people don't want jobs, don't want to do stuff. It's like I want to do stuff, it's just not what I don't want to do. I don't want to make, you know, Mr. Bob over there rich. I want to like work on my own thing. You know. I love working. It's actually one of my favorite things to do. Looking good. Thank you, Future Oil Painter. And I'm slowly trying to get this tree stump to look, you know, decent. I'm still gonna put like a black kind of outline around it. I still want that look, a little bit of that look. Like there's you know, all the objects are gonna have that little bit. Is your game going to be like an RPG? No, it's going to be like a tower defense-ish game, but not tower defense, I think. So we got some tree stumps. I can probably do 2 of them. I don't know if we were gonna have that much variation on it. But just an odd tree stump here and there can kind of help break things up a little bit. I'm thinking about doing dirt now. Just kind of doing. Obviously, it's gonna have to have like the edges and stuff like that, so it's gonna be a little bit more intense to do. I'm actually not really 100% sure how to go about doing something like that, but we'll kind of experiment and see. Oh yeah, I did want to put the black line around there. I'm gonna go black and then do one of these. thinking I'm gonna make what space do I got plenty of space. Oh yeah, let me do spray can. Future oil painter. I went art supply shopping yesterday at Michael's art store, and with coupons and military discount and sales, I only spent 24 something. Why is that a link? Four tubes of Gamblin level 3 paint, 2 paintbrushes, all that normally would cost me about $60. Nice. Ugh. Okay. So we got that. Let's go ahead and save that. Let's go back to Godot. I gotta go back to tile set. Click on this. Tile map. Oh, okay. I see. It has to be completely straight. That makes sense. I gotta see if I can do pull one of these. Sounds like Airtime Alexa is rich. Let's try that one more time. I gotta add a little bit more here. I wish, yeah. No, yeah. I think he's doing all right. He's doing well. He's grinding the hustle. Overall, he makes more money than me for sure, but I've made more than in 1 month. But he says he's making. He said he's made a $10,000 a month. Yeah. It's almost like I'm going too far. Right? Okay, I, B, let's do one of these. Let's do, Let me see what that looks like through here. I guess from here, like, you can't even like really tell, but I'm still gonna try and line that up a little bit better. Seems like that line is like just bothering me. If I take a little slice of heaven from here, Control C, Control V, rotate, and then just kind of slide that over there. So this is perfectly lined up, and we're just gonna go step by step over there. That way we know the two sides are lined up, and we need these 2 pixels like that. Now save, and they should be in theory the same, right? Okay, that covered it up. No, I can't see the seam. Okay, that's what I was going for. I didn't like that I could see the seam there. I'm gonna start ramping up mob difficulty from what you said earlier. To be fair though, is that like I have been grinding a lot. Like my guy, like I just leave my guy, so he's like, you know, he's just getting swole. He's just getting super swole over there in his corner, so that's probably maybe why. I don't know. I'm kind of liking the, because I haven't like really progressed that far into the game. Like, because I keep, like, I just leave it running and then, like, I'll do a quest here and there, but I only do new things, like, when I'm about to, like, get off streaming, I'll, like, set my guy to, like, go do a quest, like, finish a quest or something, but, you know, that's why I'm not progressing there. I'm not, it's hard to say, because, like, I'm only, like, made the orc camp double as strong. Yeah. Oh, the second area? Are you talking about the, like, the when you go, oh, camp, not cave, right? Because if that's a different place. I just think I just would avoid the danger of, like, not letting people camp. It's a normal battle map. Yeah, I would just be careful not to, like, you know, prevent people from moving forward. Like, you know, if they're, like, in the first zone for too long, then, or whatever. I'm gonna make a different one. I'm gonna take a putting up new version. Let me take a little break here and draw this guy out. Let me do. Alright, so it's. I guess I'll draw to about 11 something. Rainbee 420, hello, how's it going? How's your day? I'm just switching, I'm just taking a little break from building tile sets to drawing so I can kind of take a good and you. It's going really good. But yeah, I'm working on tile sets today. I'm just taking a little break and just kind of working on my little piece here on my traditional art, making sure my skills stay up to date and stuff like that, you know. Your skills are incredible. I draw, but not that well for sure. Oh, I see, I see. Well, thank you. Yeah, I went through, you know, I've been drawing since I was a kid and stuff like that, so. I'll show you what I was working on. I think before you got on the channel, but this is what I was actually working on, is like these tile sets for a game. That's what I'm actually working on today, and I'm just taking a little break with this. What game, if you don't mind me asking? I think we're gonna call it Zombies, but it's basically going to be a like a strategy type game where you have to protect your garden kind of thing, and you know, things of that nature. Thank you for the follow, Rainbee. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're gonna be working on that. So I'm just starting with the artwork. It took me a while to figure out what software I was gonna use and like how I was gonna go about all that. So it was kind of like you know, it was the first 2 days I was trying to figure out basically how to use Godot on the most basic level, and you know, the programming is going to be done by somebody else, so it's actually going to be done by somebody who's in chat, Airton. So I'm just doing the artwork and, you know, designing like the look of the game, that kind of thing. I'm really enjoying it. So it's still a really awesome concept. Yeah, it's early, so we can kind of go in whichever direction. I think I would rather, in my heart, I would rather not have a like a tower defense game. I would rather the bees just kind of show up, bees or whatever, slugs, whatever kind of creatures are going to be that you have to defend against. And like, there's going to be like flowers that you grow for like resources or whatever, and then there's going to be flowers that attack and stuff like that for like defense. But you know, things of that nature. When you say plants that attack, are you pulling inspiration from real plants or anything original? I'm not really sure. I haven't started designing them. I think we're gonna do, like, you know what I mean. Like, I honestly I have no idea yet. I'm gonna design some basic, like, draw up. Like, I was like drawing some concepts like this for the game, like for the creatures, for the enemy types. So it'll be like in this style, you know what I mean? They're gonna be like modified from away from reality in general. So they're gonna be, you know, kind of like, you know, they're gonna be goofy looking or whatever. So we'll definitely have plants that are sort of a little bit maybe away from just real plants, but that's really cool. Thank you. Yeah, but you know they'll be nice and you know stylized and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully, I can pull off a neat style for the game. I think I'll be able to once I get into it a little bit further and I kind of get my bearings straight and sort of have a defined sort of style for the game. I'll be able to execute on it. I'm just surprised how much I'm able to squeeze out of Sprite. Now that I'm following, I can't wait to see the progress over time. Awesome, thank you. Were you looking at? I was just out of curiosity. Were you looking at from the software and game development, or because that's what I'm streaming under? Just because I figure what I'm doing today is like a lot closer to that than artwork. Even though I guess you could say that like even what I'm drawing in Sprite for sprites, like that you could say that that's art and stuff. But I just thought it'd be closer to not that. But yeah, um, you know, kind of the direction we're headed in. And I stream every single day. Well, pretty much. I'm not saying I'm gonna always stream every single day, but the last few months I basically stream every single day. So. But I'm also excited. I'm also excited about the potential progress of this game. A little bit of both, honestly. The drawing is amazing. I love your spin on it, and the game developing is also a big interest of mine. Yeah, I've always wanted to make a game, and so I think right now is a good opportunity for me to try. Because I found somebody that's looking for an artist. I was looking for a programmer, so hopefully we can make something happen and make a game. Which like I said, I've always just had that on my bucket list. I'm not saying that I'm necessarily going to make games for the rest of my life, or maybe I will, but I'll definitely be satisfied with doing that for the rest of my life, I think. But I definitely wanted to get that off my bucket list kind of thing. to like have worked on a video game. Give me a sec, and it popped up, so I can't hear you. I'm back. Well, yeah, I was like I said, I've always wanted to kind of make a game. It's like a kind of a, just something I've always wanted to do. So it's something that this game is getting finished, and regardless of whether I become a full-time game dev in the future or not, I still want to do at least one game in my life, and then see which direction I want to go from there. But if it goes well, then obviously I'll just keep making games. But yeah, I wanna maintain my traditional art skills too, because that's kind of like what has gotten me places. So I want to make sure I kind of continue practicing that, so I can be able to draw at the end of the day. Nice. I find it interesting to watch, but I don't think I have the knowledge or assets to do it myself. I don't think I could have done it myself either. All by myself with the programming and stuff. It's just there's too many, even if I learn programming, I'd still have to do like sound and that's another like huge hurdle that I don't want to deal with. What are your preferred blending methods when it comes to getting the shading down? I have both. I have a blending stick and I use a brush. But sometimes just depends on kind of like what kind of mood I'm in. The blending stick, I think, blends a little bit better. Like if you have smooth paper, the blending stick does like a really good job. So, but I do like the angled brush. I actually kind of forgot about this. And you like kind of reminded me of the blending stick there. But yeah, you can get like a really nice smooth blend. But yeah, I like the blending stick and the brush. Oh my god. Who just follow? Ardzan Karafiz. Thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate that. See, as soon as I bust out my traditional art, people follow. Like, whenever I'm looking at folders, people don't follow because it's boring to look at. The end result will be awesome, but hopefully. I was watching a tile creation on YouTube and heard you were on Twitch, so I figured I support channel on Twitch too. Nice, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's awesome. Twitch chat froze on me. I have to sign out, expecting a phone call for work stuff. Good luck. Talk to you later. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Another person online. We always appreciate the stop by. I'm just gonna draw for another, like, another 10 minutes or so. Because I practice half an hour in the morning before anything happens, but that's just more like methodical, like remembering of things, the body parts and things like that. That's not, you know. This is more like I'm just drawing what I know kind of stuff. But I still want to draw about, even though I'm doing the game dev right now, I still want to make sure that I'm, you know, staying up on my skills. I don't want to degrade my skills, so. How do you take your drawing and turn them into? How do you take your drawings and turn them into something digital? It depends on what you mean, but I would do. Uh, I would do like you can import, you can scan. Like if you wanted to like have a design that you drew, and you wanted to like you could like scan it in, and then import it into like Krita or something, and then create a separate layer and then draw over that. That's like one way to do it. The other way to do it, that's like, well, that is the way. If you were gonna, I mean, I guess if you scanned it in, it's already like digital in a sense, but it just hasn't been, turned into more digital looking thing. But yeah, I hope that answers your question. Like, you mean like how do you do it technically, or? Like I would just like if I wanted to do digital, I wouldn't probably even draw this here and then import it in there. I would just draw this in Krita or You answered my question. Thank you. Nice. They're catching rats in a sewer. That's the lore here. At least that's the lore I came up with for myself. This is a post-apocalypse. This is a post-apocalypse. A couple hundred years after the bombs dropped, or whatever, or the AI took over. People are just like living in sewers. And they slowly de-evolved back into hunter-gatherer style of tribes. I asked the question earlier, but I didn't think you saw it. But I asked if you play D&D. Oh, I do not, but I have friends who do. Some friends I have do play D&D. I was doing a lot of artwork for the D&D stuff, just for their Maria, the word you see at the top right of the screen. If you go to their website, I was doing the artwork for their fifth edition campaign that they're working on. So I did a long string of sort of stuff like commissions for them. But I do not play D&D currently. I might in the future. We'll see. I guess because of the mini figures and some of the creatures you have drawn would be amazing for that. I also would be really awesome horror movie or anime based on your preference, of course, but it's still really inspiring. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I agree. Thank you. I think the horror thing could like work really well. I enjoy doing horror once in a while, you know. But yeah, I also enjoy painting miniature figures because I don't know. I just like to once in a while. Maybe in the future if I have time. That's you know what I mean. Like I'll do that. I still have some Extra Militara like guys to paint from. I just can't get around to doing the Warhammer painting stuff anymore. Guys, I'll be right back in just a second. Just give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Do you ever add color to your drawings? Not really, no. I mostly just like draw black and white, but on the computer, when I do this stuff, I ask ChatGPT like what color I need to do, like the code, and it just gives me the code. It's very convenient, ChatGPT, for that. Actually works. Alright, continuing on with the journey here. Sorry for the yawn. I didn't mean to yawn that hard at you. The best thing to do, I learned, is to make sure this end and that end is completely the same. So I'm gonna go ahead and count the old pixels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So like that, they should, that way it lines up. I'm gonna do some lower opacity. I'm just gonna start building up that gradient kind of look. Actually, that's, let me do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, I'll line it up later. I want these to be the same kind of, if that makes sense. maybe overdid it a little bit with that. So it just gets darker or lighter based on how many times you click the same. Yeah, it gets darker or lighter. Like if I select something that's really light on this palette here, you see that palette down there, and I lower the opacity, meaning that you can see through the, like, basically this is like the true color, right? That's what I actually selected. But if I delete that and I lower the opacity right here, it's actually showing me a translucent version of it, so I can keep clicking on it and then slowly building up the area that I want for a certain like look. So if I select a darker brown, let's say I want this brown, but I don't want to just paint it like this. You know, I don't want to just do that. I want to like slowly kind of build up an area. I'll lower the opacity down here so it's see-through, and just kind of slowly build up like a little area. That's kind of what I'm doing, and making it look, you know, a little bit more. Like when you zoom out, it kind of start, you know, at least this one where I worked a lot on it, I kind of made it look like dirt, you know what I mean? There's just like random spots, you know, that kind of deal. And you just kind of keep doing it until you zoom out and it kind of looks like dirt. But that's basically what I'm doing here to try and build up these tile sets. I'm doing them I've never done tile sets. I've never actually done video game art. Like I did a little bit, but not on the like, you know, I might even have to go back and redo these towards the end of the project. I don't know, you know what I mean, how things are going to be, right? Because the style might shift a little bit, my skills might build up, I might kind of shift to a different program a little bit, you know, I might have to go back and redo some of these tiles just because things will, I hope not, but you know, I'm definitely gonna I just know how, you know, if it's a several month project and you're just constantly working on the same skill, you're going to end up, your late stage assets are going to look different from your, you know, the first thing you put in the game, is what I'm saying. I might have to go and, you know, address that basically. So, none of this is final or conclusive. I'm just kind of, you know, I also want to see how, if I go to Godot, I'll show you here in a second. I'm also doing this. I want to start with a lane. Oops. See, I deleted that extra pixel off of there, and I don't want to do that. I think I gotta stop here if I want to. Okay. Yeah, or yeah, you're just getting a little off a rough draft right now. Yeah, I kind of want to see, like, if I go to Godot, like what I'm working on, I want to see like what things look like. Actually, this is like, I didn't set up the, I did set up the camera. Oh no, I didn't. I don't have a camera. Never mind. So if I go here and I add child note 2D camera. Wait, camera, is it camera 2D? Camera 2D. And put that in game map. So you see this blue square. So now when I play the game, select current, I only have one scene, so it should play it, you know, it's a non-mobile. I didn't tell it to do anything, so it's just sitting there. This is like what the game would currently look like. So as you can see, it kind of has a pixel arty style, but I'm not necessarily going for that, but this is kind of how things will look. And I think it looks pretty clean, you know what I mean? I want objects to have a little bit of a black line around it. The grass won't, but you know, like any other object will. The creatures will obviously be emphasized a little bit more. But I kind of want to get the sense of scale of things and how the game is going to look before I start making creatures, because they obviously are going to be like in this sort of tiled, not isometric, but tiled kind of, you know, this is not a top-down view. This is definitely a you know, a view. Yeah. So that's kind of the deal. A lot of this just takes time. You just gotta sit here and do it. You know. So this is a definitely new area compared to traditional art for me. Although I messed enough around with this stuff that I knew I can probably pull it off once I understood. You know, I wanted 64 by 64 tiles because I want the resolution to be quite high. You know, these aren't 16 by 16, these aren't 32 by 32. I want room to kind of make things look clean and all that good stuff. So I'm going to take my little spray paint here and I'm going to reduce the opacity down more, and see I'm spray painting it right now, but you can like barely, just to kind of soften some of this up a little bit. See how it's basically having a softening effect? And these are very crude tools, but even if you have like these really crude tools, you can like kind of do a lot of work even with that. Can you create a base blocks with a few various of the grass and dirt and copy and paste it? Can you create base blocks with a few variants? Yeah, well, like here, these I'm just setting up. These are basically assets I'm going to pull from, and once you get to Godot, like this is the game engine we're going to be working on. If I go over to my if I go to my tile map, you can see I imported like what I'm working with here, so I can select like say this right here. I can select these elements and put it on random, and let's say I want to basically draw these, and it will choose between the ones I chose right here. It's like randomly pasting in like though, you know, just kind of doing a random paint with that. Like once the assets are done, yeah, you can kind of just interchangeably kind of put them in there. But right now I just kind of want to see kind of, you know, this is the edge between, this is going to be the edge of the dirt. I guess it could be even a fall off point or something. Like I guess I could make a road out of this or something. We'll see. But yeah, you can do what you're talking about, I think. That makes things a lot easier. I'm sure most once you get into a larger scale, besides just the first thing, that makes things a lot easier. Yeah. You don't have to like, you know, drag in one thing or, you know, one thing at a time. It's once you've built your assets, you can like sit there and gonna just draw your world basically. keep zooming out and I'm not seeing the same level of What's your favorite, least favorite things about Godot so far? I'm very new to it, like, so it's hard for me to say. You know, I like that it's free. I like that it's versatile. You can build 3D games, you can build 2D games. I'm sure if you were clever and talented enough, you could probably pull off making quite a good-looking game. Having said that, I'm so new to this that it would be crazy for me. I think it's not. I shouldn't say, because I'm not going to be doing the coding part of it. It seems like it's pretty simple and straightforward. If you're like halfway competent, you can kind of like figure stuff out through tutorials and stuff. You can like eventually figure it out. I've used Game Maker before a long time ago, and it was like kind of similar in some ways. It had its own, I don't know. So I'm pretty limited in my knowledge base. I use Unreal Engine, like I messed around with Unreal Engine, just poked around and stuff, and obviously that's like a much more powerful kind of. You can make AAA games in that, and so I like it. I think if you're like a newer developer kind of person, I think this is like the way to go. Honestly, like I feel like this is a very good engine for like new people. Actually, you know what? I think Unreal Engine, if you use that engine and you sell so many copies, you have to pay like royalties. And between Steam and Unreal Engine and whatever music you're gonna use, you're gonna spend like a lot of money just kind of getting there. I feel with Godot, I don't think it matters how many sales you get. You don't owe anybody anything, so it's completely like open. I don't know if you guys knew, but Sony's going to be revamping the. They're going to be bringing back Starship Troopers, which I'm super excited about. Like redoing the franchise, like starting the franchise over with movies and stuff. So now we have these new tiles, right? The down and the side ones. So I'm gonna go. Actually, why is this here? That's just one thing. I think I can get rid of that, right? Oh, delete that. Remove. Out of the two, the benefits of Godot are a bit better, but it sounds like Unreal Engine has good assets and mechanics, but it isn't as good in the long run. No, I think like if you were a big studio, I think it's just better. Like the assets, like you can also build yourself. Like the assets, like are not tied to the engine. You can still like make your you can in Unreal Engine you can make 3D models and import them into here, and same as Unreal Engine. It's just what you can do with those assets in there is different. But as far as like whether you're gonna make your own assets or you're gonna import them, you know, that's up to you. But like I said, I like this. This whole thing like is very good for me. I really like the way. I'm trying to remember what I need to click on here to progress. Do I need to click on? Oh, it's tile map, right? And then I can click on. Okay. Sometimes I forget. Anyway, let's make sure they lined it right up. But obviously, I'm gonna make a corner, obviously. But just for now, as a proof of concept, I'm just kind of doing, you know, I'm gonna make like a little corner next, like right here. And as you can see, now that I have them, I can just kind of sit here and build out whatever I want. I'm gonna save the scene. So like I said, it took me a while. I wouldn't do Unreal for my first game. I don't think it's necessary, but it's not a bad thing. Copy that. I'm almost thinking about taking this and sliding it over, but I think you're gonna be able to see that it's repeating. If I Control C, Control V, and then rotate that, I think you're gonna. Well, I guess if I do like a full rotation on it, why can't I rotate it anymore? If I do one of these, right? Oh no, that's not what I want. Oops. Never scratch that idea. Never mind. I got scary there for a second. I'm gonna do I, B. And then actually I can probably do one of these. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to I was hoping I could just slide that over and just call it a day, but would it be easier to copy the dirt blocks and just add the grass to the corner? Oh, yeah. That's what I was thinking, but if I drag it over, you're gonna see the repetition, I think, too much. You're gonna see that it's like, it's the same, you're gonna notice it like, oh, like this right here, like that little bulge right there, you're gonna see it here with a little bit of grass. I think it's better not to do that, but you might be right. I just, the feeling I have from that, like once I make this corner, I can just flip it to the other side, right? Like I don't have to keep making, I don't necessarily have to make another corner after this. Let me make that smaller, a little brush, and then make sure it's kind of lined, they're sort of lined up. That way you don't see the seam. And then I'm gonna go Control, I, B, take it down a notch, do some grass. I might, and the thing is I might have to go back and redo all of this. Like later when you find out that this doesn't mesh with something else, you gotta like move this out 2 inches. I would hate for that to happen, but that's just the reality of what might end up happening. You should be able to copy it and just insert it across the y-axis to be able to have them all. Yeah, you should be able to copy and just insert it across y-axis to be able to have them all for all 4 corners. Yeah. I would love to just take this and just like make like some sort of a, I don't know, medieval kind of. I really need to check my spelling before posting. I'm not meaning to make it hard to read. No, that's my fault. I didn't even notice you misspelled. I just have a hard time reading, period. That's not necessarily your fault. That's a lot of that is just me not reading well. Can't believe it was super rainy and warm last night, and then it turned cold enough that there's snow everywhere. Oh, Illinois. Based in Illinois. United States, Illinois. Side Dims, welcome. Thank you for stopping by, man. I'm just doing some tile sets, and obviously, right, but I'll show you kind of like where my go dot is at. This is kind of what the game, this is the whole game right here, like so far. Let me save scene just in case. But yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. We're slowly grinding along here. You know, we're not conquering the world yet, but we're, you know, slowly getting there. Rain, to be fair, I'm in Texas. It was in the 80s all last week. Now it dropped overnight to 48 Fahrenheit. Yeah, are you, don't disclose your, I was gonna say, are you in the northern part of Texas or southern part of Texas? Does it matter, or is it all just hot over there, usually? Eastern. I'm trying to imagine Mexico, Texas, so east would be this way. It would be like towards the like over there. That's the game you are making with Ayrton? Yes, sir. That is the game we are making with Ayrton. I find it like once everything's been like once I figured out how to get once I figured out how to do this, like get this file to Goda and how he's gonna pull it, like once that's fleshed out in my mind, I'm like I know how to do the basics. I could like this is relaxing. Like I like drawing all of this and animating stuff. It's just I didn't know how to do it. You know, I didn't know how to approach the problem because I didn't know what was going on. So I needed to just like get the first couple of days. I just needed to like figure out like everything basically. You know, now that I'm here, I can just kind of sit here and draw things and animate them. This is gonna be like good from here. I think. I'm fingers crossed. I'm hoping things are gonna be smooth sailing from here. It's about 45 minutes from Louisiana. I think I ate some bad eggs this morning. Like you ever like eat food and then like you start to feel cold all of a sudden and like you're gonna throw up? I kind of just had that a little bit like 20 minutes ago where I'm like, dude, I might have to get off stream. Like, but it kind of went away too though at the same time. So I don't know. Maybe it was like maybe it was like an egg that was like on the verge of being bad or something. I don't know. I'm sure there's like more efficient ways of doing it. Hopefully it's just a fleeting feeling and isn't going to cause problems. Yeah, I really hope so too. Sorry for the yawning. Can't help it. It was nice chatting with you. I will hop in your stream another time. I gotta run some errands. I wish best of luck in your endeavors. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. We will definitely continue to work on it. And like I said, I stream every day, so stop by and say hi. Will do. Talk to you later. Thank you. Thank you for the follow also. Side Dims, you're working on. Do you stream your game, or do you stream the making of your game? Because I don't know if you do or not, but I can give you a follow if you do. That way, if you're streaming it, I'll give you a follow. Yeah, I know you're working on the game. I just don't know if you stream it. Okay. Give you I'm gonna follow you. That way, when you if you. I think this is ready enough to save. Save this, and then we'll go into Godot. We'll go over to tile set, click on this, tile map. So I gotta make a little corner one, right? I gotta make that little corner one right now. Feel like corner is a bit lighter, or is it just me? Well, I mean, if you look at it like here, what do you mean? Oh, like a lighter color? It might be. I might have to tone that down a little bit. Also what? Nothing. There's nothing wrong. This is perfect. But I like that it fits and it looks like. Hang on, we'll find a pick. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But regardless, we got dirt to fit. Kind of thing. I like where things are headed, basically. Go back to that's bright. Yeah, I can probably tone it down a little bit. he'll have to apply the code or whatever. I don't know how to do that. I'm sure this is very helpful, but yeah. As far as like getting like that map editor kind of thing where you like put in code to like, you know, draw it into efficiently into the world or whatever. I don't know how to do that. I'm talking about doing them in an inner versus outer border. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand. I'd have to read through that article or whatever. You're doing them an inner border right now. Yeah, you just scroll down or something. I don't know. Like, I see like that first picture and. What? I just don't want to, like, we can rearrange the tiles or whatever. Are you saying, like, doing the setup to make it, like, more comfortable to work with later? Oh wait, I need to delete this first here. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That way they're even Steven and everything can line up a little bit easier. But I'm gonna do. I feel like I'm gonna be doing the dirt on border. Yeah. Oh, you're saying dirt. Oh, that's what you're saying. I see what you're saying now. I'm trying to think what like. Why is the other way super better or something? Is the other way like way better to do it that way? Because I feel like shit. I can do the you know. Yeah, but I gotta think about it. I because the thing is that like if I go the other way, then there's other there's other things I gotta worry about probably. I don't know. What if I do it halfway down the way? That'd be the same thing, right? I guess your side dims is right. Both is fine, but it does change a few things when it comes to designing stuff. They will both work for sure. Make a tile set. I guess like I want to keep the grass trim. I want to be able to control where the grass is more so than the other thing. But I get what you're saying. But the norm for tile set is the 9 grid, and then they alternate middle tiles along the side. Okay. And then they alternate middle tiles along the side. You're gonna have to explain that to me. I don't know what that means. music was so loud. You could have an inverted one too. Yeah, I figured it would just go both ways. Like you're either gonna have, if you have, I don't know. I just wanted I guess like, I don't know. It just seems like then when you're building the dirt, then you're just gonna have problems with the dirt, you know, or whatever. Like it's just then the other side gets the like whichever way you build the dirt and grass, you're just gonna have the other side not have that side or whatever. Like I get the concept of what he's saying. I just didn't know if what you meant by by the exact number thing. Like I get what you're saying. Like I'm once I finish these tiles, I'm gonna put them in that order or whatever. I'm just not putting them in that order in this little square. There's a lot in there though. You can see lots of different things on there. Okay. I'll check it out right now. I just want to like clean these up. Even like fire trucks and inside shops like Pokemon. kind of like this lighter layer on the outside here, just kind of emphasizing the grass. I think that's gonna look dope. Now I got, see, now I'm getting cooking with the design here. I think that's gonna look good. I can make this grass look awesome. I can feel it now. I can feel the design coming together, or like I can start to see the look of how the game's gonna look with this. Like, because I spent all of yesterday just jumping between a program to program to program, just kind of seeing how I can make things look, and I wasn't really getting too far. Then went back to Asprite just to try and draw some grass, and I was like, it's like once I saw the opacity was there, I'm like, yeah, I can do damage with this. I just need a 64 by 64 sprite so it doesn't look too pixelated, and yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I think this is good. I can make this look good. Yeah, like stylized or whatever. It is going to require some time, but you know, as all things take time, but have you seen the Minecraft tiles? They're 16 by 16 and still looking good. But in Minecraft, you aren't seeing them from a 2D perspective, meaning that like if you have a giant dirt wall, you can walk away from it and so suddenly it looks like sort of higher res. In fact, you can build like entire pictures out of the blocks as pixels. Whereas here, you're kind of locked into a certain perspective. So if I don't flesh it out enough. Okay, take Terraria then. Right, I'm not saying it looks bad, it's just that it, you know, they're zooming out enough to where it doesn't look like bad or whatever. Because the reason I went for 64 is because of the plants, and I don't want the plants to be too pixelated either. I want them to be a certain way. feel like I can turn these around, but I don't want there to be too much repetition. I'm thinking about just doing the entire thing. Like doing every single block manually, so there's not that. Now you can copy and rotate, just copy and rotate the base and make some changes to them. No, I'm aware you can copy and rotate. I'm just worried that it's gonna look too, like I just said, I don't want the repetition to be too noticeable. I can try though. That doesn't look too bad. I was afraid it was going to look. I can change that up a little bit. But it helps giving an idea of the final product. Chris Maycock says, "Hey, Nikifer, hello. How's it going?" How was your day over there? Sorry, I wasn't looking at YouTube chat because I had something else up I was looking at. YouTube chat usually gets sacrificed at first when something needs to come up on the screen. It says 180, but it's not a. If I type in 180, will it fix it? If you type 180, it's a true 180. If it's not, maybe it was had a decimal point or something. Oh. Seams need a bit of work. Yeah. This is different? Yeah, we're doing, I'll show you scene 2. This is what we're working on. As far as, like, the thing I'm drawing right now. That's my current picture. Eventually here, I'll probably take another break here. But, yeah, today, working on the game, so I'm doing building tile sets for the game. I've been meaning to try gradients. Where's it at?
Has this ever happened to you? Your security system's gone bonkers. Silent Golden for sure. You see, even the best security systems have
Oh.
faults. But with Security Connect,
Maybe gradient like that? How's it choosing?
the system works for you.
Kind of don't want to ruin my thing, but I'm just curious about how to use that. I don't know. I guess I'll mess around with it later. Just sort of curious about the gradient option there. This one over Control C, Control V. No, stop. Why is it doing that? Be minus 90. Okay. Negative 90. Shift. It says M. Didn't it just say shift? Could have swore it just says oh. pure dirt.
Maybe you should reach for telekinesis, the new plasmid from Ryan Industries. With one little thought. The pan came right to you. You mean I could cook, clean, and fold the wash all without
So we're
lifting
gonna
a
take
finger?
this
That's the
one.
ticket. Don't let your family go unfed. Stop by your local gatherer's garden and evolve today.
My hand is getting cramps from the computer, from the clicking. I'm guessing I'm gonna need like a little bit of dirt there, right, to close that up. I don't know. Seems like it's not gonna close up. not really sure how to close these corners without putting like a little block with a little bit of dirt at the end. Like, I guess I could do one and flip them, but let's see. The pic you sent is showing it doesn't have the. I had one that was grass and dirt border, but it also the inverse, so dirt with the grass border. That's not gonna work. But if this was wait, where's my computer? No. I need to like close this like little bit right here. Ew. we doing? Oh, what's up, Japochi? I'm doing good. Just continuing work on the tiles here. I'll show you the go dot. And this is kind of where we're at. I gotta build more. I gotta build more tiles for the dirt though, like randomized dirt. But I like the way it's sort of turning out. Just gotta add more stuff. I gotta add this inverse right here. You ADM. You made these? Well, yeah, that's what I've been doing for the last like 5 hours. Well, 4, and all of last night I was like trying to figure out how I'm going to approach this whole thing. Oh God, mate. It looks good, thank you. I think it looks good. I mean, if you look at maybe not right now, but we can definitely get Stardew Valley area, like with this tree stump, and if I refine these rocks a little bit more, touch the grass up, like once I kind of get the basic layout, we can get really good visuals on this. It's just going to take, you know, it definitely looks on par with like what's on Steam. Want to plow these lands with my Iridium hoe? Want to plow those lands? Nice. But yeah, I like the general direction where things are going. I like it so. You know, I wish there was like, imagine if there was a classic like RTS game, like if we made a classic RTS game, but then keep adding tiles, keep adding like different, like imagine if there was like the base game, like World of Warcraft or something, but like each season, like it would rotate the plays, so you just wouldn't have access to certain like not even powerful characters, but just the game would like change like 10%, like the not just the meta would shift, but like you just go, oh, next season we're gonna have like this certain archer back, which is like a super powerful archer or whatever. So like the whole like, oh yeah, like it changed the layouts. But yeah, so I don't know. I think it would be fun to like have like I thought StarCraft. Like I was looking at StarCraft replays the other day, and I'm like, why didn't they just add? Like the thing is it's still a popular game. If they just kept like working on it, like you know what I mean? Like not even like. Like if they took the same assets and like put it on the like I don't know, just StarCraft could like I think you could add tiles and things and like campaigns and like you could just keep that game going. That's pretty good. So nobody gets to have to study places and find glitches in it. I just mean like the I don't know what I was saying. I just think it'd be. I would love to make like a classic RTS style game. Something like that would be cool. But those are not the same as you know. And you will soon. Well, we'll see. You know, we'll see where things go. This is going to be like more tower defense-y, like not a tower defense game necessarily, but more in that direction than like a true RTS game. This is going to be like a farm management versus like crazy bees. But I gotta lurk again. Have to walk, jog. All right, man. I feel like Frosted Warfare has stole the spot for low budget RTS indie. I'm just saying that like I would still make one regardless of that. It would be more different though. It'd be different. But also I feel like making Rusted Warfare would be like a huge undertaking. That would I just maybe I'm wrong, but like it just seems like that game would be like a headache, and it would be like a multi-year project. It seems like I don't know. That doesn't seem like a 3-month game to me. Maybe I just think of it that way because of how much I enjoy it. It doesn't seem like a Because the thing is that like I see like there's so like I am yearning. The balancing would probably be the hardest part. I just wouldn't balance it. I just would be like deal with it. Just get good at the game, bro. But no, I yearn. I actually like. I mean, this is coming from my like perspective. Is I think there is a lack, a distinct lack of indie RT. Like if there was a like, if I saw like an indie RTS game, I would immediately buy it. Immediately buy. It would be an immediate buy, like no questions asked. Like a $5 to $10 RTS, $15 RTS game, $20 RTS game. Let's say it's like pixelated World War One guys in a like sort of a dystopian universe where they're like, you know, not necessarily trench warfare, but you know, like anything that's like that. For me, it's an automatic buy. It's I feel like the market like in terms of like RTS, and again, I could just be like one of the rare weirdos that likes those games. Maybe the market is like does not want more of that, but I feel like I yearn. I go on Steam and I yearn to see another RTS. I have so many in my wish list that are coming out that I'm just like, you know, when is this coming out? But it's just, I don't know. I feel like it's. I think the, I don't know. To me, it's like an automatic buy. Like, it's not even a question. But it's an absolute must to attempt to balance it. Yeah, I agree. I agree, but I have some ideas on how to balance it. I have some ideas. You know what? Here's what I would recommend if we were to go down the RTS route. Is this is what I would recommend? Is don't make a game of 1v1, 2v2 kind of thing, type of deal. I think that's a huge mistake. Most people, and I talk to so many RTS players, do not want to be in like, you know, after they get off work, they don't want to be in a situation where they're playing a game like where you're super sweating online or against your friends in this like live or die kind of situation. They want to play an RTS game, but not like that. It should be like map AI that is not like human AI. Let's say it's bugs or whatever, or other humans, but it's like, or you know, it's like a humanoid race, but you got to wipe them out, and you slowly build your base, gather resources, and push out and expand. And like the whole point of the game is to defeat this AI, and it's designed around that concept. Not and you play with your friend as an like you both help each other defeat this AI that's spreading out. But it's not like a player. It's a different like entity entirely. Like not I'm not saying like it's a plant. Like the other day I was playing like an RTS that's kind of like what I'm talking about, but I don't want what they're doing. They're doing like this plant that grows across the map, and you have to like bury yourself off and then slowly spread out and like build it's like I don't want plants. I'm just saying we could do. There's a co-op like most of what we do on a Rusted Warfare with friends is we all get on and we put like us versus 4 impossible AI, because we like played it a long time. We can beat the impossible AI now, like rather easily, and so we go, and that's what we do. We go beat the AI, and I'm like, if there was a game where it was like Rusted Warfare but structured around the concept of you and me are chilling and pushing through the map against the AI, that I feel like, dude, I'm telling you, like all the RTS players want that. I think people do not want, for the most part, like life and death like RTS situations. They want like the RTS experience with their friends, co-op versus AI. That's what they want. $1 million idea, because that's all we do is play the AI, because we want to co-op, you and me fighting the evil empire kind of thing. You know, we do play against each other, but that's like, if you look at the games we probably play against, me and my friends play against each other, 3% of the time, maybe. Nobody wants to get off work and be in that situation, like where you're like suddenly sweating super hard. They want to chill. So I think a chill co-op RTS kind of deal would be like a super smash hit. It would satisfy the RTS market, which I yearn for to be expanded more, and it wouldn't be like, and it can be intense, right? You can like set the AI just to be like insane or whatever, or play against, I don't know, like that just, I think that would just kill it. I think that would just kill, right, especially right now, because nobody's doing that. Everyone's still doing you versus your opponent and see which one of you survives the cage. It's like, I don't want to do that. Like, we already went through that phase with StarCraft. We already did all that. You know, that's my take on it. I think something like that could be uber successful. And I would call the game Front, just the word front or something like that. Like, just something super simple. But again, that could just be my perspective because I love that genre. I can like play that all day. So to me, that idea makes sense. Maybe it wouldn't, but that's just kind of how I see it. And one pet peeve of mine is Rusted Warfare does. I mean, I know they have mods and stuff like that, but the fact that Rusted Warfare doesn't have infantry is so disappointing. I really don't like games that just denounce infantry. I just think that's I don't know. I just can't accept that. Oh my god, you know what would be hilarious? Is call the game RT, just call the game RTS, and just release it like that. That way, everyone that looks up RTS just automatically stumbles into the game by default. Obviously, I'm still gonna keep working on this grass and all that, but I just want to go in and test out. Let's save this really quick. Save. And I'm going to go dot. I'm telling you, I would think about it. I think that's a. I think like a co-op focused RTS where it's just this giant map and you and your buddy are gathering resources, surviving, eventually getting strong enough to push. That would kill. In my opinion, my humble opinion. Oh, it's already okay. It's already selected. Delete. No. Hold on. Why is it select? Okay. Now it's active. I gotta go tile map. And so I need to. Okay, for some reason I thought that would work. What differentiates a co-op RTS from a normal one? The fact that like it wouldn't be you versus me, although I guess you could in theory do that, is that the map would be, you know how you have like a symmetrical map, right? You start off, you have a symmetrical map that like for balance, most of the time it's like somewhat symmetrical. You have like resources here, resources like towards the middle of the map, you fight over whatever, or capturing points. This would be like you and your buddy are here, resources, AI. It grows. You guys are killing it. You guys are going over there and killing that AI. That's primarily what the game would be, and it would be centered around killing the AI essentially. I think I need a little U one. The only way I can close this off is I need like a little I need a dirt. The AI is for sure building. Oh, the AI is building and expanding, but you don't have the pressure of being killed by a person. Like the AI can, in theory, kill you, but you can set it to easy and have like super chill mode and be, it's like me and my buddies. We can play Rusted Warfare on insane with having it be on benefits or whatever, and we still beat it just because we've gotten so good at like just stomping it. But I feel like you can do that in all RTS games. No, because in RTS games, you can't do that, like, because the AI is built around playing like a player, and eventually like you like figure out the thing, and it's like I'd have to formulate my thoughts better. Like it's just like it's more like the AI is a different, like the way the player plays and the AI would have buildings, but it's, or let's say like humans versus bugs, right? It's like, let's say that's the thing, like just as an example, and it's functioning according to like different. Let's say there's a bunch of cities next to the bugs, it means it can like spread out really fast, right? Like it like just goes there, infects them, and now the AI is just like exploding across the map with its infection. That would be like whereas a player doesn't have any of those abilities, like. Like the AI that you're meant to play with your buddy against is functionally different across the board, and you can tune its difficulty. Like I said, we've like I feel like we've dreamt of a game like that basically, or I have, and my friends agree with me. Is like they basically want, because it's like. It would be a bigger board with more, like, say, like, space to conquer, essentially. Like, because in most of these games, we kind of roll over the AI too quickly, I feel like. I don't know. It would just... I kind of get it, but I feel like I can almost simulate that experience in every RTS. You can kind of do... Yeah, you kind of can, but I'm saying... maybe you're missing something in the explanation. I guess it would just be the way it's the way I'm imagining it would be different. Is like in most RTS games, we just, I don't know. I guess like it made sense when we were playing Rusted Warfare, and we were like, there's something missing here. I don't want it to be like a symmetrical map where I set up an AI that functions like me and plays like a player. It's like we want to play like let's say the map is like really further stretched out, and the AI just like, there's more basically longer sort of. You're right essentially. It wouldn't be, the game would be not focused around. It would have more breadth and depth around two versus that two, like you and me. Let's say we chill and we play against the AI. If we set up like if me and you set up like StarCraft right now, we played it, we would be done in like it wouldn't be like this like protruded experience. It seems like the game is kind of like we started and it's over. I want more of like like a better like basically a better like basically yeah, like you and your friends setting up against the AI, like a bunch of hard AIs, but just like that's the game is centered around that core concept. Like I just know I think it would work just because we always like talk about wanting a game that's specifically designed around that. And you could probably do it in Rusted. I'm surprised that somebody hasn't done it in a Rusted Warfare mod where that is the core concept. I guess they kind of did it in the experimentals. I think I forgot what the it's called, but anyway, I think I have to do a Planetary Annihilation. I used to play against AI with my friend because there's so many planets and stuff. It feels like a lot. It's really fun. Yeah, yeah, but like I said, I think I could. I don't know. I just imagine that would be fun. Like on something that looks like this, you have the standard RT for the player. You have, this is how the map, let's say, looks. The grassy no lens or whatever. You chop wood. You build like houses for taxation. You build like your little troops, and then the AI is just like out to get you, and you're, at first you're like barely holding them off, kind of building up your artillery, just this kind of thing. You become strong enough to like push out, and then as you push out, there's like more rare resources that are like towards the middle of the map, maybe for like more better units. You capture those. It's like this. You're taking away the. I think most people stop playing. They love RTSs, but they don't play them specifically because they don't want to be in that like 1v1 super sweat mode. I think I'd need to see a visual demo maybe. It doesn't sound bad, but it sounds like cutting out most of an RTS at the moment. It's like cutting out most. See, I think that's false because most of an RTS is most of what they want you to do is get into a game. Like, let's say StarCraft, and you're playing the ladder. Most of StarCraft is you're playing the ladder and 1v1ing people, and I'm like, okay, I did that a few times, like I won, and I'm like, but I don't want this super intense experience. Then I go, let me play the AI, and then I'm like, okay, I play the AI, but I mean, I wouldn't say most people play RTS for co-op. I mean, all my friends, like you just said, you played a Planetary Annihilation with your buddy. Me and my friends play. Like I said, we only ever play against each other very rarely. For the most part, I think that the trick is most people are not actually playing the way they're intended. They're not. They don't want to be on the ladder 1v1ing people. That's why these RTSs are dying. They want a more casual experience. You can play by yourself against the AI, and it'll be tuned against the one person, and you're just like, It's not that I didn't play with my friends. So that's what I mean by cutting out most of the player base. I could be wrong, but like I said, I think there's a huge player base that does not want that sweat experience. But I'd say out of the accumulative like 5K hours of my life, I've not played co-op. In RTS specifically, you don't. The game wouldn't like require you to like it. You wouldn't be forced to play. I should have said you wouldn't be forced to play, but I do play AI. Yeah, like I'm not saying you can't get in there and play. Like when I play Rusted Warfare, I often go in by myself and just play against the AI, and I spread across. I just kind of chill and I just spread, and then I just artillery creep towards the enemy or whatever. It's just a way of relaxing. You can do that, but you can also be like, yo, whoever, jump in with me and we'll just take this map, you and me. It'll be like a, I don't know, 2.5 hour session, let's say. Like aim for like 2.5 hour sessions or whatever, like something that has enough. It's not like a 4.5 hour session, but 2.5 I feel like is like a really good breadth and depth. And then me and you, bases kind of in the same vicinity, let's say, we grow towards the enemy and we interlock artillery. You know what I mean? Like I think that would super work. But I'm not. It would. Planet gets like that. But yeah, like I'm sure it happens like that in other games. Not always, but it's often long games. Yeah. All I'm saying is like I would like to see a co-op. Sort of like you can't play by yourself for sure. I'm just saying like when it's not focused around, it's more focused around player versus AI. Command and Conquer is faster. Yes, that's true. Yes. And it's like I remember, like I'm telling you, like all me and my friends would do is like play Ages of Empires against a bunch of AI, and it would be like these 4 or 5 hour sessions where we like we knew we were gonna win, we knew we would win against the AI, but we just had fun like doing it, like, and I think like I'm like, where's that? I mean, that experience is there. Like, you can jump on Ages of Empires, but I'm like, if we just focus the game on, like, let's say, that basically you can play you versus whatever faction that isn't like humans. It's specifically like, let's say you have the bug race, or you have like the evil empire race. I don't disagree entirely. It's just like you said, Ages of Empires already exists. Yeah, it already exists, but just like it, Ages of Empires still, you can set it up against AIs. Like you're right, like, but it's that experience. It's so it's more, how would we improve that whole AI experience enough to make the carrying factor. Basically, yeah. It would be more focused on. Um, you know. But like I said, I'm not. You're right that experience exists, but I feel like if I were to like go like into StarCraft right now and set myself up against like 5 hard AI or whatever, yes, it would be that experience that I'm talking about in the sense, but that isn't like I would like to, like, let's say I wanted to play as the Terran, like let's say they built StarCraft like the way I'm talking about. The Zerg would not be a faction. The way it functions is that when you play as the Zerg, it plays a certain way. When it's the AI controlling the Zerg, it would function actually more like a swarm. It would be constantly throwing like little units at you, like kind of like blindly, right? It would be just constantly putting pressure, constantly spreading out, but not in the way where if a player got to that size, it would be game over. And so it would just be like this, you know what I'm saying? It would be like not player operated style of Zerg if the Zerg were if it was being operated by a player. So yeah, it would just be like simulated hard kind of thing. I'd like to mix Dynasty Warriors with RTS. I think that'd be really fun. I've played Dynasty Warriors. I kind of don't want to do yeah. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just saying that would be kind of like what would get me excited. So basically, RTS game, but you're a hero. Yeah, basically, yeah. And but you can tune the AI to be like really like pushy, so you have to move around as a character. Oh, you're talking about the Dynasty one. Let me go back to work here. I got a little too excited about when RTS talk started. Yeah, I mean that's a I mean I like that idea too, but I think I mentioned it before. But my dream RTS is to be able to go into my unit. I think there was a game that did. Isn't there a game that did that already? If there is a co-op like Halo campaign, if there's a co-op where it was an RTS that you could go into your unit, that'd be sick. We talked about that the other day of like. Not the other day, but like a while back, I guess. But having Sorry, I'm trying to focus on like having a like let's say I'm playing RTS, but you spawn in as an infantry, and I spawn you in as a special unit, and I don't like necessarily direct you. So let's say I spawn like I'm playing an RTS, like a 3D RTS, and I go okay, spawn Ayrton onto the battlefield, and you are sort of under my command. You don't necessarily. I'm not like telling you exactly where to go, but you're sort of negotiating like the general strategy. And I would not want to be as a commander. Like I know what you're saying. Like this is kind of what we were talking about. Is like the commander is the commander. The commander is the commander, and then the but the soldier guy that you're spawning in is always yeah. And then you have normal units too. But I'm a commander unit. Yeah. Yeah. We talked about that. Yeah. That would be sort of fun. So I need to flip the dirt. Okay, I can take this piece. No, I'll just do it. I'll just do it manually. I don't know how to close this like little gap here. This little gap without making a square. Dynasty Warriors 1 though. Imagine you start just you, Mayan Rocks, build a town hall, then villagers. I honestly like I think if we're talking about the same game, like Dynasty Warriors is like never been like my favorite like game because like of how like there's just like I don't know. I think I remember being like I remember playing it and being like this is alright. Like I liked it at first, but then later I was just like because like I liked it because of all the units and it was like real warfare. But then like Rome Total War, but Dynasty Warriors is a hack and slash. Not the same as that. Oh, you're saying you're not gonna do a hack and slash. You don't want to do a hack and slash. You can die easier in Dynasty Warriors in this game. Oh, okay. And like I guess like I'm imagining like Chinese history and stuff, and I'm like I don't know the Middle Ages and like I'm like almost burnt out on the Middle Ages a little bit. Like when the idea comes, I'm like, like, especially like I'm not particularly like super interested in like the Chinese stuff. Like we're like medieval Asia kind of stuff. So I'm like, I don't know. That I guess that's why just the whole leading an army part of it, right. I think I'm gonna have to draw like a square with like a thing missing here, right? That's the only way to fill that in, or am I being crazy right now? Like I'm looking at this and like this square is the only way I can do it is to build another square that has like a little chunk missing. Well, if you had the 9 grid thing, isn't that what this is? 9 grid right here? You can use the brown corner piece. If I use that here, though, it's going to do that, right? Like, isn't this what you were talking about? That's the photo you sent me, and this photo he sent me too. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at that later. I'm just gonna draw for the last little bit here, and then I'll look into those photos on the zip file. But yeah, I did the 9 grid thing, and I basically put all the other ones the way it was laid out, but I'm still getting that corner problem. So without building a special block right now, I don't see how I could get around that. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to doing this for a little bit, and then, like I said, I'll keep working on it throughout the day. Your grass can be on top of already brown underneath with transparent edges. Your grass can be on top of already brown. Then you won't need the corner to be so cut into. But this has a different 9, like the 9. This has like a. I just don't understand how they could have done it. So just the grass by itself. I just on the layer above the mud. There. I didn't put them on different layers or anything like that. Just out of curiosity, I'll put a bunch of dirt down. Then we can do layer 0. Can I add? How do I add layers to this thing? I think for you add entire tile map or something that, yeah, it's like it's a different tile. It's not tile map. It's tile map something for it to be able to do different layers. I thought the ground was gonna be all same layer. They just had to perfectly interlock with each other. But I did the 9 square grid like I was shown. And I am obviously having issues locking it in without making extra square that gets put in there for that, which can't be done, except that then I can't have anything on the edges, right? I'm just not fully understanding how to do it. I'm gonna have to like look up, try not to have so much border around the 9. so much border. Like you mean like take the grass back some? Is that what you mean? Because if I take the grass back more, there's gonna be more of a. There's gonna be. It seems like there's gonna be more of a like a square popping out of here once you have a true green solid. Here's a tile map I actually made myself. Okay.
Darn it! My top is away and I can't reach the saucepan. Coming up short without a man around? Well, maybe you should reach for telekinesis, the new plasmid from Ryan Industries. With one little thought. The pan came right to you.
I still don't get how I would get rid of it. Like I said, I'd have to have like follow a tutorial or something. Because I did a 9 square thing. You're said if I get rid of the border, if I get rid of the more border, that's this like little square that's popping out here. That's going to be even more visible as far as I can tell. Unless I do layers. So. How would I? Okay, so if it wouldn't exist because it meets brown where green meets. Like I said, I guess I'm just stupid. I'll have to look up a tutorial. I don't see how how I would get rid of this and this would. I just don't get it. And like when I look at yours, I'm like I don't see what the difference is. Are the corner ones smaller? Is that what the trick is, or? You know, I just don't get it. I'd have to look at a video or something. And like line it up against those rules. All right. Right, and like I said, I just don't get it because like I'm doing that, like you know what I mean. Like I did the 9 thing. I don't know why that corner is showing up. You said pull back on the like don't have so much border, but there had like you mean like not like there's too much dirt. Because if I get rid of the dirt, like uh, you know what I mean. Like I don't know what you mean if like pull back the grass or pull back the dirt. Too much dirt. Yeah. So but if I yeah, but it's gonna look like if I guess I can like take this and like I'd have to take this corner here. I'd have to take this corner and move it up against the like right here, up against this edge, and take this and move this up against this edge or something along those lines to kind of get that to fit. Um, I just don't see how you did it without. Well, I guess it's yeah. You're flush. Your thing is flush, but it's like it's different in that way. The four squares at the bottom left might solve your problem actually. The four the four squares at the bottom left might solve your problem actually. Like I can solve the problem by just making a square that is that just has that chunk missing for that situation, but aren't the four squares at the bottom left on your thing, aren't they the same as the one in the center in terms of size and everything like that? I think your thing works because you don't have it. Like yours is flush against the blocks are the same. You have a little bit of a corner, like you have a little bit of a rounded corner, and the tarmac would be green grass, while the red dot in the middle would be brown. Yeah. The tarmac would be green. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I need to build like what I need to do and try put that in your spot. Yeah, like I was saying, I was gonna build a square that was going to be like the only way I can think my way out of this is to build a square here that like has that chunk missing essentially, right? And that like for this situation. Unless I bring everything flush against the wall, then I wouldn't have that problem, right? Then it would be fine. Like that's definitely a way to solve it, but I thought you guys were talking about like there's some clever move. Right. No, I get it. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. And that little spot would be then put the top left piece. Then put the top left piece in that spot. From your photo? You'd have to make that 2 times 2 out of your pieces. I guess we're just talking past each other because I don't fully understand what you're saying through text. I'm sorry, I'm just like too stupid. I like won't get it, but like I'll have to look up tutorials because the reason yours works is because it's flush up against the ground. That's why you don't have that missing corner. If I draw a square with a red dot that is brown, I'm assuming you mean because I can take that corner with the brown and shove it in there. The square that is broken. What square that is broken? This one, right? Like these, all the ones that are on this edge, you would put the square I sent you in there. The yellow square with the as a different layer, like right, like so instead of this one, put the yellow one in there with a hole or whatever. It would still have to have are you saying fix it with like layers? Because if I think if it's layers, then I don't know.
Ladies, you love your man, but can you trust him? When he's away, you ever wonder what he's up to? He promised to come home early, but is he at the bar with the boys? Or is he meeting someone new? With Scout, the new plasmid from Ryan Industries, you'll always be in the know.
Right. That's what I was saying. Like, I'm having that little brown circle there. Yeah, I'd have to make four more pieces. That's what I was saying before. The only way to solve it is to draw four grass pieces with a like a little link missing, right? That's what I was saying in the first. That's I thought that's is what I was saying, right? Or yeah, two times two with a dot in the center. Right. Yeah. That's what I'm. That's how I was going to solve it. Yeah. I don't see how else you like could because this can't be flush because it's grass. Like the only way I could solve this the other way is to bring make another corner where or no, not make another corner. Like I guess because it's grass I can't bring this flush against this wall. And so I do have to have this inverted like little brown thing like right I have to have a brown thing here. That is how still actually do it on transparent personally instead of brown. I would still actually do it on transparent personally instead of brown. I why transparent? I thought I was gonna build a new grass tile that has a like a thing missing here for the brown. I would actually do it on transparent. Okay. Because if I wanted grass on top of sand, for example. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Then I would have to do layers. You would just put the grass tiles on top of sand because the edges are transparent. Okay. Yeah, I can probably make these transparent. All right. Well, I am at 5 hours 11 minutes. I'm gonna go walk my dog, and I'm just gonna sort of continue to work on this and all that good stuff. But I'll be back tomorrow for the stream, and we'll see how far I get along with all that. Yeah, I can make this transparent. It's gonna take a little bit of time, but yeah, I'll have to go and look at the other tile. If I add
tile. What is it called? It's like tile map layer. This is the one we want for the different. This is the one we want for the different layers. This is the one you can do layers in, and that's the one I'm gonna have to use. I just have to look up. I just have to look up how it works the same pretty much, but Atlas texture was modified. Would you like to automatically create whatever? I'll mess with it later. Oh yeah, that feature is brand new to Godot 4.4. Yeah, I heard they're not gonna update this. They're gonna only update this one, and I'll now that I'll do different select all layers, select previous layer. So if okay. Is this layer, or is it, what is this? Modify, change painting and nothing instead of randomly. It doesn't show me. I wish it would show me what layer I'm on right now. I can go up and down, but I can't go select all layers, whatever. I'll highlight. Whatever. I'll play around with it. I'll give it a go. It's in the left menu. Like right here, like you're saying like, I think you gotta put a new. I think you gotta put a new tile map layer in for each layer. I think that's yeah. You gotta put a. I think that's what I remember seeing is you gotta have a different tile map layer where you select all game objects. Yeah, and then you basically this is how. Yeah. Okay. That's I would have figured that there would be like a layer system here, but that's fine. We'll just arrange it according to this thing. That'll work. All right. But overall, I like the look of where things are going and stuff like that. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna actually let me rate out Twitch. It used to be how you expected. Yeah, they just changed it to this new system. It's understandable. Yeah, they're trying to keep it fresh or whatever. I don't even like really want to rate anything out. I just kind of want to. You know what? I'm not rating out Twitch. Fuck it. I'm just gonna shut it down. I just don't want to talk to. I don't want to do the whole hey I was streaming. Let me just turn this off. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna keep working on this. Obviously, I'm just saying that I gotta go walk my dog and eat and all that good stuff.